ever see you
Looks like
around
the
here
second
again.
choice has got a new ship.
I'll say thanks.
Gave it a try. Needs some aging, but not too bad.
What? I was just with Barney. He said we're not getting any new shipments for months. What did he let you try?
Well,
Ship protection for sale. Don't want to come back to a hole in your fuselage, do you?
I was under the impression that Free Market Station was open to all. Why am I being accosted?
Free Market Station is open to all, except spies. It's awful suspicious how you've been gallivanting about, asking everyone questions.
I am not a spy. The information I'm collecting here shall be of historical significance someday. Surely you can appreciate that.
Right. And I'm sure that information wouldn't help at all in clearing us out of the station years from now. I'll be watching you. Hope that wayward science type didn't disturb you much, friend. We of the station normally do our best to dissuade partisans from making nuisances of themselves. Suppose I can't stop you. Just don't let her convince you to do anything that might put you at odds with our security forces. All that aside, enjoy your time on the station. Don't get into any trouble.
Greetings. Are you perhaps interested in advancing the knowledge of Arcadia's history through scientific exploration? What am I saying? Of course you are. Please, do tell me anything you might know about the crash of the ACS free market. Could Auntie's choice have succeeded where order experiments failed? Oh, you're being duplicitous. No sprat corpses were found in the initial crash site. Do pardon my forwardness. I saw that you were a new arrival, but I held out some hope that you might be able to enlighten me where the station populace has not. As an archivist, it's my duty to collect and record hitherto unrecorded knowledge wherever it can be found. But my earnest questions have been met with suspicion. You're correct. Unfortunately, if some independent preservationist would be willing to assist me in discovering the truth, that's great. Converse with the locals, peer into unturned corners. I'd ask about in the Sub Rosa likely has some information about the crash, but I'm not. Take a look around.
Yes, dear. Anything on your mind? Happier? Me. Are you satisfied with my performance? Anything to note? I tend to agree, though I didn't see things that way before. May all?
Commander.
Such as?
How are the informant lines treating you? Hear anything good?
Not terribly. My own.
You just bought a shooter from not a weapons store, right? How's it treating you?
It ain't. Can't be the one of our resident doctors' dental tools.
Late. I think I misplaced a hand grenade. Browse all you like. Everything I've got is fine-tuned. That's privileged information, friend. Just jesting. Although if you did want to kill me, I've got many fine... Feel free to go on a murderous rampage. Tired of firearms that explode in your mind? Browse all you like. I'm glad you asked. Weapon is an all-encompassing term, but what I sell here, I wouldn't dare lump them in with mere weapons. These are finely tuned instruments of personnel elimination.
Which says a lot, considering she can't. I heard she got her blood vessels extracted to keep a pallid complexion. Beauty is pain, she says. And it sells like hotcakes, too.
I appreciate Cleo's ability to sell, that's for certain, but I have no doubt my artifacts of death shall impress you far more than anything her corporation can rush out. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. Tired of fire? Firearms that explode in your face? Come to not a weapons store! Hey, browse all you like. Feel free to go... If it inflicts grievous bodily harm on other people, I've got it!
my contraptions don't explode no more. Honest. Listen, I know I shouldn't warn. I trust you'll appreciate my forthrightness and be all the more willing to buy from me. As it would happen, I'm more engineer than salesman. I've been having some problems with my machines since I arrived on this. Well, none taken. I never intended to be. But when life breaks your jaw and shoots out your knees, may as well learn to get good at... no. Ships decidedly ain't in my purview. You sure I can't interest you in some bric-a-brac instead of this? You can tell? Damnation. Sounds like you know what it's like working with technology. Maybe I can confide in you. Before it crashed, I served on the free market as a secondary engineer, first grade. Had a colleague who was very talented, but not very good at hiding it. Supervisor saw her as a threat and demoted her to the engine room. She wasn't the type to take a blow without dodging. My colleague sabotaged the engines when her partner was on his mandated 2-minute break. When the free market attempted to breach orbit, well, just about everyone died. I made it to an escape pod on the port side. The ship landed on its starboard. I got lucky. Yeah, me too. Anyway, can we get back to subjects that aren't this? I got good... Be happy to show you. Hello once more. I guarantee you some of my...
Calling all former protectorates. Join our training group to learn, fundamental skills. Well now, you have an ineffable air of intrigue about you. If it's work you're after, we have an important undertaking in need of a trusted hand. Sorry, I'm Millie Mealing. I started a training group here to help ex-protectorate subjects adjust to having to care for and, well, think for themselves. We also try to reconnect them with loved ones. Know the concept of community can be alien to most, but we occasionally enlist aid from wayfaring travelers like yourself. Try to, that is. Not officially, not yet, that is. We discussed a few, like first steps or community for community. The Group Betterment Alliance was another. Somebody suggested the unparadigmatic, but that sounded rather like the Order to me. Like you need to think about it a while, then it still doesn't make much sense. Someone proposed the Awful Freedom Association, which prompted a spontaneous collegial embrace around them from all of us. This isn't easy on everybody, you know? Has a certain ring to it, doesn't it? I'll be sure to run it by the others. Now, as I was saying, sometimes we do need a little assistance. Involves the mental refreshment facility on Praetor. Not sure what you know about the process, but we were told all our lives to volunteer others for treatment was a blessing. To replenish someone's zeal and ensure our perfect society ran perfectly. What they didn't tell us was the person who comes back weren't always the same. My father, he liked to alter official protectorate songs to make them about his favorite pitchball club. Wasn't expressly prohibited, but it was different. I'd rather not say, if it's all the same to you. Guess my guilt must be visible from space. Yes. Before I came here, before I learned the truth about mental refreshment, I was the one. I reported my father like a good protectorate subject. Didn't learn about all their lies till later. Took our settlement being deemed a recreant locality for most of us to leave. One morning, we were all marked for death because Auntie's Choice had seized a grain silo on the edge of town. They expected us to die in its defense. Most of us have similar stories. None are quite used to fending for ourselves. Things like bargaining, manual labor, asking questions. Sugar. Have each other, though. All of us here lack much in the way of appreciable, applicable skills, honestly. Used to spend our days programming automechs to do work for us. The idea of sneaking past guards, possibly fighting them, fast-talking our way in? Me and the others are still struggling with, the basics of commerce. Pretty sure we're being charged 3 times the going rate for everything around here, if you want to know how that's going for us. Good. If you make it past the guards outside, you could maybe present yourself at the front desk as a walk-in, a subject voluntarily turning themselves in for mental refreshment. Look for my father inside. Name's Waylon. Waylon Mealing. Might have to convince him to go, depending... Don't want to think about what he's been through. Hope he's all right. We'll post someone out back to wait for him, where the guards don't patrol. Meet me here afterward. I can't tell you how much this means to me. Do mind how you go.
My boy had lost all his spark when he got back from mental refreshment. I thought he seemed a touch melancholy before. This would help.
You had your eyes open to the Protectorate's wrongdoings as well?
One thing I do like a lot, working with tools, outside, beats punching input keys all day, any day. If I never see another automatic...
Stimulants, medicaments, drugs. Got a sale on teeth extraction today. A quarter off with... If you've wounds that need stitching or teeth that need... Yes? Is this a problem? My prior faction demanded I strict. Suffice it to say, I'm pleased Free Market Station allows me to be myself. Medicaments and more. If you've a tooth pain, you know... You know who to visit.
Carmen's here. Come Ganderai. I might not know what all my wares are. If you're in need of sprucing up the old ward, used to be part of Auntie's Choice. Nothing special, just had a lot of time to think with just the void for company. Turned out to be generic clothes, work gear, and such. More of a market for it out here than I got You need coveralls, we got coveralls.
You're a doer. We need doers.
Shop here to acquire preparing sniveling servitude protocol. What made this unit rehydrate for you? Negative. This unit and stall are when last seen, Mr. Wenrich mentioned he was, quote, going to teach that all wares were at meals currently sold with both salt and pepper. Available today only. Welcome to our What made this unit negative when last seen?
Protect your loved ones, protect yourself. Buy some new armor today.
I feel I should address. Tell me what you need. Booming now. As it happened, their owners mysteriously vanished. It sure was a convenient windfall for your. Exactly. I wish Candy.
Blade, bludgeon.
beginning to reach the tail end of my patience. You will tell me the location of the broker.
Lad, you ain't got much of a concept of a deal, do you? You ain't got nothing to offer, and a threat is offering less than nothing.
You realize any other arbiter would have crushed you where you stand for obstruction of justice long before now? That I am flowing with magnanimity?
Can't say I know what that word means, but if you're inclined to keep threatening me, only thing gonna be flowing is your blood out your body. Stranger, seen my fix? Hope you're about to offer to rid me of this damn fool.
You cannot dissuade an arbiter from their sovereign-given duty, no matter how much of an irritant you may attempt to be. It is good that you have not. Some of my brethren are not as patient as I, especially with outsiders. We are the sovereign's justiciars, tasked with upholding law as we see fit.
And executing anyone who deviates, no matter how slightly they may do so.
You! That is a gross misrepresentation. Everyone at this station has deviated more than slightly, yet I certainly haven't introduced them to my hammer. Career is a word better suited to those corporate invaders. I would describe my work as architect ordained. I came to meet with the information broker for, protectorate business, protectorate reasons. However, I find myself foiled at near every turn. None within the protectorate would defy an arbiter and expect to live. Regrettably, I cannot make the locals see reason without rendering myself unable to learn what I seek.
Even polite entreaties don't see most getting an invite to the broker. And you've been anything but.
I am hardly bending the rules, as you so put it, as we arbiters may operate however we see fit. I appreciate the observation, however. Hardly expected such from an outsider.
Say whatever you want, but trusting this fella even this close to the broker is a massive risk. Be a damn fool to take him at his word.
Hilarious.
That's funny. That's real funny. Takes a lot to set me smiling. Have a drink on the house. I just had a thought. Might be something that needs looking into. Maybe something that would allow me to make an exception as to who visits the broker? Within the Golden Ridge locale on Dorado, there's a refugee camp. It's unassuming, quiet-like. Most of the folks there just want to be left alone. They see to the few needs they have by working with the broker, but we ain't heard from them in a fortnight and change. Serves to reason something untoward may have transpired there. You see your way to looking into that, maybe we'll talk. I don't fancy the idea of letting an arbiter loose on our allies without supervision. Might not know.
I do not take your speaking of me as some kind of feral canid lightly.
That's between them and Sub Rosa. You in or you out? Great. Take the lap canid with you. I've had enough of his excitability, and so have my customers.
I don't claim to be pleased with the circumstances surrounding this co-investigation, but perhaps we may surprise one another. I'm Arbiter Tristan Rao. When I was an apprentice, yes, but not since. And certainly never with an outsider. I shall meet you at the camp. Let us hope we both arrive there intact. I shall see you at the refuge.
Greetings again. Libations or information? What's your poison? If you were running a less-than-legal group, would lots of folks in Sub Rosa have friends and family? If their identities somehow got out, those friends and family are suddenly going to look like much juicier targets. Always. For example, there's some kind of hoity-toity collector type parked upstairs. Supposedly, she's willing...
Another challenger approaches. Prepare to be sent weeping from my curio collection. None have defeated my collections, and none shall. But I do so delight in a competition. Are you prepared to do battle? Cards, my dear, of the toss ball and pitch ball variety. I must see if your collection bests my own. Sporting! Let us do battle! That's an impressive number of cards, my friend, but not... Wait a moment. No, your cards. You have multiple that I do not. Your collection has defeated me. Though this defeat leaves the taste of dirt and blood in my mouth, I am not dishonorable. I present to you my other collected wares. I have no doubt they shall impress. Greetings again. You may have defeated me last time, but I shall run. In the wake of my defeat, I've heard sprats are rarely born with mutations like extra toes and acid vision. Perhaps I'll start an exotic sprat farm, then I could battle sprats. Imagine the merchandising opportunities. Behold. Greetings again. You...
Oh, come now, Prospero, you've been on... terribly sorry you've got me ruminating. A man of my persuasion shouldn't stoop. Once again, I'm embarrassed that I let that slip. Without turning it into a piece of comedy, that is. I'm in charge of keeping the patrons of the soup. My resolve is uncharacteristically flagging. She knows my real name. Prospero's just a stage title. Liquid courage has never failed. You see, I can't just drink any old swill from them. My brand. Excellent. Thank you. Very well. You wish to know about the crash, yes? Are you prepared? Everyone knows that the free market's captain was a hopeless romantic, especially disposed to giving. The final betrayal came from a dashing rogue smuggler who vanished with most of her bits. With nothing to live for, the crew attempted to wrest the controls from her to save them from their fate. But alas, that's all I know. I thank you.
You scratch our back,
We'll never shoot you and yours. Promise.
Greetings again. Libations or information?
Tired of firearms that explode in your face? Come to Not a Weapons Store.
Buy from me, please?
Greetings. How has the data collection fared? That's hardly surprising. Considering the state, are you prepared to present what you have learned? Finally, a breakthrough. Let's hear it. How did the ACS free market meet its end? So their highest ranking trip, aside from the crash, what occurred in the ship's final moments? That's idle speculation. Last question. Were there any contributing factors to the crash? Anything that might recontextualize what actually happened? Failing to recognize ability? This report is going to bear some glaring absences, here's something for your time. It would have been more if I'd been able to complete this, but Auntie's choice seems to be inundated with its own problems, technical and personnel alike. We should have ample opportunity to... I'm glad we're of like minds. I'll be sure to notify my friends in the order that you can be trusted. Now I need to get this report to my superiors.
Latest contraband came in. Looked like quite the haul. Any standouts? Thanks for visiting Free Market Station. Pleasure as always. I just don't get why we have to buy our own weapons from our own merchants. Got people who can filter us better here.
Anybody even listening to... Hello once more. I guarantee you be happy. Buy from me, please?
Can't say I'm thrilled about aiding an arbiter, especially considering he ain't... Anyhow, was there something you needed, Commander?
Error. How may this unit...
What do you need, Commander?
So you did come. Good. I'm not partial to working with those given to second thoughts. It seems we arrive on a desolate scene. I don't know what transpired, but whatever it was killed the refugees to a person. As an arbiter, I bear a strong stomach. But if you've any reservations about witnessing destruction visited upon the innocent, you'd best steel yourself. Buck up, compatriot. The only way to discover what happened here is by fording a river of corpses. I've some theories on the refugees' killers, but I remain unsatisfied. Although I am not required to do so as an arbiter, I would care to acquire proof. We operate under the Sovereign's indefatigable will. Thus, we do not need proof. But my training was somewhat unique in that it emphasized the value of thorough investigation. Let us comb the remnants of this charnel house. These people could have been saved if they simply hadn't deviated from the paradigm.
Yeah.
What sort of life was this without the Sovereign's guidance? I cannot help but feel a pang for these people, cut down without a hope of defense. We must uncover what transpired here. As an apprentice, I was taught to see investigations through to their completion. Evidence begets evidence and can lead one to uncover further criminal elements. Any further interest is purely academic. You've been busy. What did you find? Someone visited much carnage on this place. Did you learn anything by examining the body? I ascertained the burn wounds, but I theorized plasma damage, not electrical. Seems I must brush up on... Did you have anything else? Seems this base has seen its share of destruction. I maintain that it feels deliberate, judging by the still standing buildings. Was there anything remarkable about it? Good observation. Suffice it to say, the Protectorate would not take kindly to such a theft. Perhaps it might allow us to ascertain the final moments of the camp's machines. See if any final commands were sent before the camp's destruction. The distinct lack of automechanical corpses around us supports your point. It seems the defenders did not defend. That automechanicals would fall in the camp's defense is logical. That there would only be one is not. Did you notice anything interesting about it? Meaning its combat protocols were active for quite some time before it was destroyed. Oh? I wouldn't expect a localized transmitter to harbor anything of note. Prove me wrong. The sign that something unusual happened there may fit. You're certain you've combed the place to your liking? Then let us debrief and see if we can't deduce what transpired here. Have you any theories as to what killed these people? I have a strong theory, but there are gaps. A good first observation, and one I concur with. Too little damage. No. Have any theories about the automechs that did this? My thoughts exactly. How do you believe they were compromised? I may have a strong theory, but I do not have... I submit that the refugees predominantly used the local shortwave tower to control their... The only remaining puzzle piece is why. Why go through all this trouble to eliminate a handful of isolated refugees? Yes, that relay tower in the rear of the camp was clearly not built by... The refugees must have used it to listen in on Protectorate communications, then sold what they learned to After the Vox relay's recent destruction, High Command would have ordered a security sweep of all communication systems. Upon learning of this camp's existence, they'd have dispatched a sentinel to cross off any would-be traitors. Hence the destruction we bear witness to. Theorized. I knew this was an ex-Protectorate encampment, but wasn't sure it was a Sentinel's doing until this moment. They operate in clandestine ways. Now with that finished, we... Hold. Some things approach. Be ready.
Proceeding to attack.
Return, bent on eliminating any stragglers. To arms!
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Mobility interrupted.
A lot.
Torpification in progress.
Electrical dampeners failing. That was a hardy engagement. You held your own admirably. These automechs will never be used to perpetrate such heinous acts again. I believe we're at the end of our I will locate my wretched Sub Rosa transport. Be sure you return to Free Market Station to debrief with me. Despite... Go. I shall linger here a tad longer to make sure there's nothing we missed. Then I shall join you.
Got something that needs doing, Commander?
Not to pry, Agent Ibarra, but you appear to be suffering more discomfort than usual at the moment.
How'd you know? Most folks can't suss it out unless I'm limping.
Just an occupational habit, dear. I admit I'm accustomed to seeing the world through a lens of exploitable vulnerabilities. Meant no offense.
No offense taken, Marisol. Directorate trained me much the same. Ain't easy, is it? Always looking for weaknesses, places to pinch and twist.
Very true, dear. It's a valuable skill in nearly every circumstance, except perhaps light conversation. I do hope your discomfort improves, though.
Hey, Commander. Can we talk? Promise it'll be quick. I wanted to apologize for the way I handled things after Greater Tranquility. I still feel my anger was justified, but I could have been more tactful. I've also given some thought to what you said about not killing DeVries in cold blood. And you're right. We can't lose ourselves like she did. We've got to be better. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. We can get back to the mission now. Only felt right to clear the air. I've learned the hard way what happens when you leave things to fester. Oh yeah? What's needling you?
If x is the square root of -1, and you may...
There's anything worse than my former fellow protectorate subjects, it's corporate toadies.
Initializing. How may this unit readying database?
Just heard back. The Hydra finally decided to just bury the corpse of that Vigilant and move on. We weren't. Wasn't on the manifold. Best I can tell, he climbed into one of our cargo containers to flee Golden Ridge and couldn't get out. Poor bastard.
That explode
Mental
in your face?
refreshment.
Doctor here. Get your stitches.
My gear has the fewest holes out of any car.
Salutations once more.
Greetings again. Hope that little libations are information. What's your poison?
The encampment had been razed. I'm sorry to say there were no survivors, but I believe we were able to uncover what transpired. I should add, your observations during the investigation were unexpectedly keen. Working beside you was a pleasure.
I'm surprised. Didn't know if you had it in you, especially with an arbiter in tow. But you got what was needed. Not bad at all. I'd be happy to direct you to the broker. First, though, we've got a small issue. There's a malfunctioning lamp in the basement I need someone to take a look at. Here's a keycard to get you down there. You mind? Just trust me and go give it a look.
Salutations once more.
Anyone had asked me, I had to put the odds of a live arbiter finding his way into my chambers at 1 in a few trillion. Good that you didn't come here for blood, Arbiter Rao. Barney would have sniffed it out and broken you in twain. And I do disdain mopping up Protectorate corpses. My apologies. Barney is sometimes overzealous in the guarding of my...
If you know who I am, you must know why I'm here. My mentor died under vague circumstances, and I desire any information pertaining to the specifics of her death.
Interesting. That question appears to be at odds with High Command's public statement on the matter. Losing faith in your masters?
No. But I cannot shake the sensation that something was awry with her passing. If you know something, tell me. Please.
I could get used to this kind of groveling. Your instincts are right, Arbiter. Though we don't know the specifics, I received information that your mentor's body bore signs of a fight, and a nasty one. Someone killed her.
I shall in time, when fewer prying ears abound.
If that's all, I think you'd best get along. I prefer not to sully my...
And I prefer to limit... Speak to me outside, if you would. There's something I'd care to ask you.
Run along now. I've spent more than enough time entertaining wayward sprats. Run along now. I've spent more than enough time entertaining wayward sprats.
Yeah, how about this? I recruited a Protectorate subject direct like from Bastion, middle of a Protectorate holding.
Think I'll congratulate you for risking your hide to recruit one subject? Forgive me for withholding my applause.
You're jealous of my charms.
Yeah, real jealous.
So are the half-dozen AC-ad execs I recruited last week. We're all just vomitous with envy.
Hey, you're okay in my book.
Thanks for the help.
Greetings again. Libations or information? What's your...
The role of the Arbiter typically does not require the assistance of others. We are expected to act as wholly independent entities. But I fully realize that had I not your aid today, my investigation's progress would have stalled and withered. During our investigation, I gauged your trustworthiness and did not find it wanting. What say we travel together? I think you have earned forthrightness. I came to Free Market Station to seek the true killer of my mentor, the Supreme Arbiter. Sub Rosa deals in information, and were thusly my best lead on her killer. They gave me less than I'd hoped, but it was at least a start. Unfortunately, I cannot act truly alone. I have no ship, and no support. Utilizing one of our craft for independent purposes would have rendered me conspicuous. I knew Sub Rosa would offer steady transport as long as I paid their exorbitant fees, just as I knew they would collect but I neither trust them nor have the funds to continue this relationship for much longer. You, on the other hand, have proven to be a capable partner. My colleagues have accepted that her death was a natural one, questioning an explanation of that nature. Nonetheless, the circumstances of her death trouble me. I cannot allow myself to accept the explanation that's been put forth without investigating. I do not know your allegiance, and accordingly shall not speculate. Suffice it to say, for now, that I hold my word in highest regard. Were I to pledge allegiance to you, I will keep to my convictions in any case, but I understand. What instructions would you have me follow? Be nice. This may prove to be a challenging duty. I will listen to your words, and I shall follow your orders. I will not assail enemies of the Protectorate without your consent, though I will not like it. But if my sense of duty outpaces my willingness to comply with an order, or if you attack my brethren unprovoked, our relationship will come to an abrupt end. Excellent. I hope our working relationship is most fruitful. I'm sure we shall discover much together.
I'd argue he seems capable, but let's be mindful where his true allegiance lies.
Very well. I shall locate whichever craft seems the most out of place, for something tells me this shall lead me to yours. See you again shortly.
Zeb always wanted to bring change to Arcadia, like you and I are doing now, Commander. Feels good to see some of those dreams realized. Oh yeah? What's needling you?
what I wouldn't give for a big bowl of purple bear. Got something that needs doing, Commander? How personal are we talking? Yeah, I want to say up front that I got nothing against you or your crew. But the Earth Directorate itself, it's got much to answer for. The Earth Directorates, but that's all. They never responded. Never showed up. Not when I was a child, certainly not by the time Auntie's Choice came around. I know that. Look, no matter how often I'm hit in the face with that fact, nor do I. Fine by me.
Agent Ibarra refers to this as somatic tolerance testing. This unit is available to answer which member of the incognito. Arbiter Rao shows a ready commitment to serving Arcadia. However, his loyalty to you is still under assessment. If forced to choose between this crew and the Protectorate, there is, under such circumstances, this unit advises inflicting damage to his knees first to reduce mobility. This unit is ready to answer.
Standing around jawing for such as still too many corporate bootlickers drawing air around here.
Who exactly? Tristan's a standard issue arbiter, albeit with an extra slather.
But as long as that ridiculously large hammer of his is, though he'd be loath to admit it, his propensity for violence almost matches. Such as
Yes, dear. Anything on your mind? Happy to provide unbiased observational data. You want me to say something nice, dear? He has good taste in adventure serials, I suppose. Otherwise, no redeeming qualities. Whatever's on your mind. Very well.
Ah, did you need me for something? Favorite agent, huh? High praise with all that competition in the rankings. How will I ever recover? To tell the truth, I'm feeling a bit wrung out, but it ain't anything new in particular. I have good days and bad, pain-wise. Today's the latter. Yeah. Suppose we do have that in common. Everything's fine. Really. I'm just resting up. Running about causes all sorts of aches and pains. Some realer than others. Don't worry, though. I'll be ready when you need me. Ironically, it's sitting or standing still that hurts most. All the fluid sort of pool. My stump shrinker? Yeah. Reduces swelling and gets the blood back to the heart when I'm not moving. Won't say it's the most comfortable thing to wear, but it gets the job done. Ah, well. Zeb got it for me. Done my best to keep it in good shape. No idea where I'd get another one if I lost it. I appreciate that, but in truth, ain't much you could have done, really. Not early on, anyway. Took some time for me to regain my balance and learn how to shift with the prosthetic. Won't lie, it was discouraging at first. Felt like I'd never be at home in my body again. Me too. I'll add I'm not awarding either of them any medals in bedside manner, but probably I needed them pushing me more than any hand-holding. I also thought, at least in those first few years, that you might be out there somewhere too. That maybe, against all odds, you survived. Kept me going, that hope. Wait, Commander. Before you head off, how are you faring? Not exactly convincing. I see why you didn't go into cereals. I was thinking to myself just now, here you are checking in on me, but you must be feeling some kind of way about all of this too. Waking up 10 years from the time you knew, in a hostile colony at war, and with apocalypse on the horizon? Wasn't meaning to imply different. You're our commander for a reason. I won't pry any further, but if you ever need to talk, or if you have a sudden, burning desire to learn about, I don't know, fuselage maintenance, I'll be here. Got some maintenance I prefer performing without an audience.
I'm glad we made it off Greater Tranquility Station. Presumably the delegates did as well. I'm pleased we prevented their murder. But they remain my enemies, peddling a false peace. Furthermore, your choice to spare DeVries caught me off guard. Did she not harm you? Kill your compatriots? Can we be certain she shall not visit more harm yet? I only hope we do not pay for this decision in the future. But let us focus on the task at hand, saving Arcadia from the rifts. Certainly, I consider myself an open tome. Quite well. I am able to uphold justice wherever it may flag. Was there more in this vein you wish to discuss? She taught me all that I know. Her teaching style was stern, but enlightening. If ever I erred, she would... Though she did not raise me from infancy, I was brought into her... Her death weighs leaden on my shoulders. We must find her killer and bring them to justice. Less justice in our... Why? He is of the matriarch's direct lineage. Only he possesses the understanding. May his leadership of Arcadia last... If I had one wish, it would be that he leaned less upon the consul's guidance. The sovereign alone, in every respect, save being humans, were arbiters, uphold justice and loyalty within the Protectorate. The Sentinels operate on it. I find them wholly unnecessary. As you might expect, they are the straightforward. I was trained from a young age, only those rated most highly on the... Moreover, she taught her protégés to seek out evidence before judging as they saw fit, despite the fact that an arbiter needs nothing of the sort to declare something a crime. Sneer all you like, but our society has operated in this manner for more than 100 years.
Normally, arbiters do not need. An arbiter would never abuse their power. In any other society, I could see such a scenario resulting in anarchy, but the Protectorate is matriarch ordained. Our devotion is ironclad. Why would they need to? Anything beyond the norm is unnecessary at best and actively traitorous. As the Protectorate's most elite, we protégés, at least, I believe that's why. In any other society, I could see such a... Precisely. If the system did not work, there would be chaos, which is what... Ask, and I shall answer. Who amongst our motley assortment would you care to discuss? I find Agent Ibarra most curious. He faces an interesting dilemma as an isolated member of the Earth Directorate. As do you, of course. She is an endearing piece of engineering, though she retains certain quirks. Earlier, she bumped into my head, bleating, "Please do your part to keep the incognito clean. Remove any and all foreign mineral deposits." She is an enemy combatant, and were I not in your command, I would be honor-bound to bring her low. She does not possess the scavenger's appetite of her colleagues. Perhaps if I came to know her, her decision to break from the corporatist is impressive indeed. I merely hope it does not muddy the waters of her resolve. Marisol possesses a calculating resolve. Had I anything to fear from her, she would have struck already. I can work alongside her, but I shall keep my guard high nonetheless. I have absolutely no Aza's kind plagued Arcadia even before the invasion. To be forced, I can only hope she does not see it fit to pilot our ship into a rift to sate her own Verily, idle gossip hardly suits an arbiter.
Short-range transmission just came in from Zeb. Sounded urgent. He's requesting we meet him at the tomb of the Matriarch, here on Praetor. It's where the Matriarch and First Sovereign are buried, supposedly. Zeb left out the mission parameters, probably worried his message might be intercepted. Not unfounded, given the Protectorate presence on Praetor. He did say he'd reach out to us again if he needed help. Reckon we should take it as a compliment. Zeb doesn't trust easy. Anyway, I'd really like to go, if there's time. Much obliged. The sooner we can rendezvous at the tomb, the better. Got the sense that whatever's going down, it's happening now.
Don't know about you, but that screams experimental rift lab facility to me.
Protectorate control of Praetor has largely been achieved through the maintenance of a blockade. A survey of Praetor indicates there may be an alternate route past the blockade via the Automech factory.
Agent, what do you need? May the plan...
Let me know when you need a distraction.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Check your scope for combatant analysis. Go for torpification. Combatant scan. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Stun weapon ready, Commander. I have a fix on their weaknesses. I'll handle this.
Hostile spot!
Indicating hostile intentions.
Now you see. Now I could hit the broadside of a freighter. Hey, got a distraction for you.
Mitigating the threat. Locking them down. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
I'm not clear what that roar signified, but whatever issued it sounds fierce.
Mobilizing. Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
Up to, but I'm not ready.
Combatant scan.
Better if I go unseen. On your command.
Proceeding to attack. Combatant scan.
Up to, but I'm not ready.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Suture me up. Would improve your odds.
Ready to waste them. On your command. Appreciate a little help, Commander.
Thank you, dear.
Troublemaker approaching.
Knew you had my back.
Standing by, you stupefied. Medic, please!
Once you reach the vault, it will all be worth it. Trust.
Wouldn't be here if I had any doubts.
Your arrival could not be more timely. After the events of Paradise Island, I could think of no one more suited to conduct a surgical strike of this nature. I'm, glad to see you again as well, Niles.
Gotta say you had me worried. The message you sent sounded serious.
Then I composed it accurately. To the task at hand. We are standing before the tomb of the matriarch. Few are invited to tour its halls, and even fewer know of its greatest secret. For any subject, visiting the matriarch and First Sovereign's resting place is the pinnacle of empty social achievement. But the tomb's corpses are its least important feature. The intelligence my friends risked all to acquire revealed a vault in its lowest level containing the matriarch's body of work, hidden from the public. Who knows what technologies the Protectorate is withholding? If the matriarch was the genius she is purported to be, the skip drive cannot be the entirety of her inventions. We'll certainly face more resistance inside, but rest assured, I'm prepared for the majority of the complications we might encounter. Whatever technological advancements may be sequestered here, the goal is almost certainly to keep the populace of Arcadia subservient to the pernicious whims of its governing body. But not for much longer. We are going to liberate any and all of the Matriarch's research, whatever it may be, and distribute it to the people. I understand your skepticism, but consider this. When the Matriarch envisioned her perfect society, no. Her grand vision for Arcadia has been polluted by those who came after. The people need to be reminded of what's possible, and those in power need to remember who they serve.
I can see a half-dozen points of failure, but...
Glad we're operating under... We're unlikely to have another chance like this. We must follow through now that we've made the opening. Which also means, once inside, we cannot leave until it's done.
There's no one else left. Consul made damn sure...
The failure at the Vox, an escaped prisoner, cannot be tolerated. The Consul ordered a colony, even though she should...
Don't tell me how to feel, Zeb. You mind your guilt, I'll mind mine.
Ain't sure that's the right takeaway there, Commander. There ain't words to describe how...
I will not pretend it isn't a blow, but what's done is done. There will be time to grieve once the Protectorate is dead and buried. Slim chance of that. I'll not assign a task to others that I'm...
Color me surprised.
After you.
You go ahead inside with Zeb. I'll watch our exit from here.
Stay close and keep silent. The less attention we draw, the better. By the Matriarch, there weren't supposed to be visitors today. That Sentinel and Docent are gonna put splinters in our plan if they're not dealt with.
You hang back here. The Commander and I'll take care of this.
Gladly. I'll rejoin you once the path is clear.
Whoa, to have the matriarch taken from us before her time.
Actually, the matriarch passed the impressive and venerable age of 90, establishing Arcadia's precedent.
90?
You get turned around? Now, look, you can leave, but you'll leave alone. I won't follow anyone unwilling to put some skin in the game for me. Not to worry. Whatever you choose is up to you.
Presentation will continue until audience recognition is received. Gloria Arcadia! Gloria Arcadia! Gloria Arcadia! Mapping obstructed. Rerouting. Disregarded. This unit serves only the matriarch.
Yeah.
You must be suffering a malfunction.
The matriarch perfected its automechanical design. Therefore, it is impossible for this automechanical to malfunction. You are malfunctional. By suggesting this is in error.
Your logic is infallible, like the matriarch. Running self-diagnostic now. inner port.
Happening. Obstruction. Rerouting. Error. Fail. Gloria Arcadia. Gloria Arcadia.
Gloria Arcadia.
This presentation will continue until audience recognition is received.
Returning to patrol mode. Initiating early
Investigating hostile intentions.
Up to, but I'm not ready. What if I go unseen? Sorry, ain't ready yet. Get me in. Help me out. You think.
job, sir. I handle this.
Lay down fire.
Wait there. I'll come to you.
All handled. Now, my turn. There should be a hidden entrance here. Not now. The security room that we need to reach is nearby. Should be able to disable that energy barrier from there.
Goes. No one is allowed in here without the proper authorization. Ah, I see you have come armed. Intruders, then. I suppose you intend to extract my surrender through means most lurid and foul.
Damn, the head curator. I had hoped to slip in before his shift, but no matter. We cannot allow him to leave and raise the alarm. He must be dispatched, quickly.
How's that now?
Now hold on. I know we had to kill that fella with the Sentinel, but this man's unarmed. He's already surrendered. How much of a fuss could this one fella cause, really? Come on, Zeb. No need to cut any bellies over maybes and ifs.
Please, if secrecy's your concern, you may rely upon me to be the utmost spirit of discretion. I have never betrayed a confidence in my life.
Allowing him to leave would be a grave error of mercy, one we can ill afford in this place.
Yes, right. I have a family. Well, no, not as yet, but one day. I swear.
Do not allow these... This man is an instrument of empire, perpetuating the tyrant's lies. And were our positions reversed, he would not hesitate to execute us, or worse, send us to mental refreshment.
I'm kin to the risks, Zeb.
Are you? Can you even fathom the indignity of having your every thought scrutinized and scored and made perfect? My sister was made into a shadow. I endured daily sessions with the lathe of particularity and still find myself policing my own mind for untoward proclivities and inclinations.
Understood, Commander. I don't like it, but if that's the order, that's the order.
No! No! Matriarch, preserve me!
Feels ugly and wrong, what we just did. Doubt the Earth Directorate would approve neither. Nice pep talk there, Commander. Really appreciate it.
We can waste air on the ethics of this choice when the Protectorate's boot is no longer crushing our necks. You and Niall should turn off the power to the security barrier and make your way to the vault. I'll remain here and guide you as best I can through the labyrinth. No turning back now.
No going back from here. Not until we've done what we came here to.
Hold! Don't set foot in that room. The schematics on this console indicate this place is defended by all manner of traps. One moment. Yes. It appears there are every tripwires, invisible to the naked eye, that will electrify the floors if crossed. Move cautiously, and if you have any gadgets that might help, I suggest using them.
Over here, Commander. Reckon I found something that might be useful later. Have a look, Commander. With a little elbow grease and some inadvisable engineering, who knows, could come in handy. Just doing my part. But thanks for the vote of confidence, Commander. Let's keep on. I'll continue tinkering on this in the meantime, see what I can come up with. What did you need, Commander? I'd have expected Zebulon to be a little more prepared going into this. Then again, he ain't Earth Directorate. Training's just not there. At least he had the good sense to call in the reserves. Shows he's starting to trust us, at least a little. Yeah, maybe. Not sure what to make of it all, really. Just glad we seem to be shifting in the same direction. Honestly, Commander, I don't know. The Zebulon I knew took his Hippocratic oath seriously. Now he's taking lives that don't need reaping. It ain't right. And I think Zeb knows it deep down. Much as I hate to admit it, wouldn't be the worst idea to keep our lamps on a swivel around him.
Did you need something? May the...
In spite of substantial efforts to prolong his life, my father's condition continues to deteriorate, both physically and mentally. It has been difficult to observe. His latest effort would see him entombed within an automechanical body. I objected, of course, to my father becoming some chimera of machine and man, but was overruled. Now the Order informs me that, far from being a panacea, this attempt has exacted a toll on my father that is likely to finish what time and disease have already begun. I may soon be sovereign. And if that bears out, I will need to hide all of this. Burn all of my father's research into longevity. Seal his automech body away at the factory. What grief I will inherit. What mess.
Made it through. Good. Now there should be 3 switches in this room. When pulled in the correct order, the door should open. If I'm reading this right, the order is 1, 3, 2. But which switch corresponds to which number? Ah, damn it. Why must the Protectorate abstract everything?
Must be a way to suss out which switch is which. Maybe if we could peep the wiring.
By my grandmother, I cannot abide the time this research into the rifts is taking. It has been years, and yet I am still absent my wife and daughter. I am still half whole. The researchers swear it's possible to bring them back from the void. Perhaps those are only pretty lies intended to pacify me, but I trust Dr. Hurley to tell me the truth. I know the Consul wishes me to give up this obsession and focus on the war effort, but why should I? Am I not sovereign of Arcadia? Should my desires not take priority?
On the first try. Well, I'll not lament a stroke of good fortune.
Does that seem a little off to you, Commander? I think he's starting to worry me. That whole business with the curator. Never seen Zeb so eager for bloodletting before. He's a changed man. Just ain't sure it's for the better. I'll be damned if I go down the same path as DeVries. Some ideals are worth fighting to keep, even if it means taking the long way round to winning. Well, no use stewing. We've still got a vault to break into and tyrannical government to topple. Unless this is about the mission. Can it wait? What in the void? Can't think of a single reason why the Earth Directorate would be trading correspondence with the Matriarch. Anything's possible. Maybe they were trying to gain more info on what the Matriarch was up to. That has to be the case, right? Me neither, Commander. Smells like smoke. I just can't make out the flames yet.
Yes, Commander. May all...
That vault door is quite the construction. Fortunately, there should be a code. No. Fuck! They changed it recently. That shouldn't have happened until next week. I'm certain I can diagnose the issue. Now that you've cleared the way, I'll come down and join you.
I might have something else that can get you into that vault, Commander. Remember those components I found? I was able to turn them into something halfway useful after all. This gel should get us through that vault door. Turns out you were right about trusting my instincts. You take the honors, Commander. I'll be right behind you.
I was hoping for a more subtle incursion, but no matter.
Am I running hot, or was that a hint of worry I heard in your voice back there?
Alas, I neglected to pack a thermometer. This terminal should allow me to retrieve all the information stored here. This cannot be right. There's nothing here save the designs for the skip drive. Not even initial concepts. 10 years in Arcadia and the Matriarch invented... nothing? And what's this about a deal with the Earth Directorate? We need to talk. Now.
In times of darkness, we must hold our principles dear. I fear the longer this war continues, the further we stray from them. Every step we take must honor the Matriarch. I tell Henry this, but he is set in his ways. His notions regarding these rifts are sorely misguided. Why close them when we can use them to Arcadia's benefit? It matters not what the Order thinks, what the doubters say. The Architect bestowed us with the power of skip drives so that we may secure a perfect future. We must act with haste. I only ever wished for Henry to embrace his role as the caretaker of Arcadia, the savior of us all. But if he has chosen a different path, I will do as I must. And I must not fail.
It's secrets all the way down with the Protector.
I knew the Protectorate festered with lies, but I had no idea the Earth Directorate was complicit. Niles, did you know?
Slow up, Zeb. What are you talking about?
It says your agency struck an agreement with the Matriarch over a century ago. In exchange for skip drives, Arcadia was allowed to completely govern itself with absolutely no outside interference, including from the Earth Directorate.
Must be why the chief said we'd be on our own if we were caught. We were breaking the terms of this agreement. Unbelievable.
If this information is true, then the Earth Directorate permitted the Matriarch to create a colony filled with her vassals, enslaved to her will. Everything Arcadia is, all of the suffering that's taken place here, it all could have been avoided. Things could have been different. There's more. The skip drive schematics are here. How the explosive safeguards against tampering work, its evolution over time. But no original concepts, no sketches. Nothing. Our dear Matriarch is a fraud, a cheat. She did not invent the skip drive. There are messages here between her and the First Sovereign that all but confirm it. I thought I might find some technological innovation that could be handed to the Protectorate's enemies. But this is almost better. By releasing this information, we can thoroughly crush the image the Protectorate has been built upon. The Sovereign will be revealed as the unclothed emperor he is, and demolish Arcadia's myth of superiority. If we administer truth to the people, their strength will return. Erstwhile, giving the skip drive designs to the Protectorate's enemies will even the fight. Their technological prowess will be made into nothing. Everything will come apart.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Not to mention how this agreement with the Protectorate will completely destroy the Earth Directorate's reputation.
I was not aware of such a connection between rifts and the skip drives. But I have confidence the Order will figure out a solution. Science is their theater, after all. As for the Earth Directorate, don't you see? This frees them from any obligation to the Protectorate. They'll be able to manufacture skip drives themselves. The deal will be voided. Once the problem of the rift is solved and ships can enter the system, why not? From what Niles told me, the Earth Directorate would be in opposition to Protectorate tyranny. I'll admit, the Earth Directorate has much to answer for. But if they would help, I would welcome it. I understand your reticence, but people should have the power and means to make choices for themselves, even unhealthy ones. Only in the Protectorate will you find an ear sympathetic to that belief.
Hey now, we're all still on the same side here, but the commander's got a point. This technology is too dangerous to leave in the hands of just anyone, Zeb.
Do you think the Protectorates stand around debating the potential for injury? No, they act, and so must we. Damn the consequences. And should I refuse to leave empty-handed, what then?
Whoa. Put the brakes on, Commander. I'm sure Zeb can be reasoned with. I know you're aiming to do the most good for the most amount of people, Zeb, but sowing chaos ain't the way.
Do you know how many of my friends died so we could reach this point? Audra almost perished under Sentinel's instruments as well. And you would have me what? Give up now on the cusp of victory? Lay bare my throat for the Protectorate machine to cut? I am listening. Though I suppose I could stand to be a little more receptive. Out of respect for my friend, I will forestall the release of this information and seek another avenue to help liberate the people of Arcadia. I'll remain here for a while longer to cover our tracks. The Protectorate will discover the break-in, but hopefully never learn more specifics of what we did and found.
Guess this is goodbye.
Only for now. If we both come out of this war intact, I'll find you. If you wish to be found, of course.
I want to talk it over with the commander, but yeah, maybe we can work something out.
Go. I'll be fine here.
We should keep moving, Commander. I'll see what I can...
Zebulon just sent word about reaching the vault. We really did it. I can't wait to hear what secrets were found inside. Stay safe out there. And the next protectorate you run into, give them a bullet from me. Stay safe out there. And the next protectorate you run into, give them a bullet from me.
Don't even know where to start with everything that happened in there. At least we were able to talk Zeb out of his plan to release everything we uncovered. I'm all for sowing chaos in the Protectorate, but that kind of information is liable to do more harm than good in the wrong hands. I expect backroom dealing from unregulated corporations, not from the only agency keeping them in check. The Earth Directorate should be better than that. Permission to speak candid, Commander. Yeah, suppose we've moved well past formalities. Strange as it sounds, this whole experience with Zeb has helped me finally understand the position Augustine was in. Back at Horizon Point, ain't easy having to decide between your allies and protecting untold innocence. It's the damnedest thing. In spite of everything, I find myself relieved we spared her. Augustine still owes a debt to us, and the rest of the galaxy. Maybe she pays it all someday, and maybe she doesn't. Either way, you were right to give her the chance. Provided the rift don't dismantle us all before then. Yeah, suppose we will. Reckon time will decide the heroes from villains in this tale, but it's gonna be hard to forgive the Earth Directorate for arranging the stage like this in the first place. Defect from the Earth Directorate? Oh, this brain pan of mine can bundle a whole pack of worries at once, don't you doubt it. But I hear you. Might be we're better off on our own. Answering to no one. Achieving the ends, and damn the means. Can't believe I wasted so many years, guns down, waiting on rescue from the Earth Directorate. Never again. Thanks for helping me finally shed the rose-tinted goggles, Commander. Only regret it took so long. Even after everything that's happened, I wouldn't change a thing. Not if it meant missing out on working with you. Oh yeah? What's needling you? What is it? All right.
Analyzing.
Guns cocked and loaded. Just get the signal. Ain't nothing there. Don't mind me.
Fortificator at steady status. On whom exactly? Combatant scan. Fortification in progress. Locking them down. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Reviving me is strategically optimal. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Come back. Hey, got a distraction for you.
Check your scope for combatant analysis.
Going out of sight.
Need to finish recharging first.
Not getting up without help, Commander. You have my back.
Go for torpification. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Combatant scanned. Stun weapon ready, Commander.
Ready to waste them. On your command.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
kick the living scrap out of him.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Hostilities are afoot.
Troublemaker approaching. Enemy about.
Combatant scan. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Please! I'm the one you need to worry about. Over here! Free hole in the head!
Torpificator is charged. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Hostile spotted.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Now you see. Now you don't.
I see an unfriendly...
Hostilities are afoot.
Give the order, and I'll take care of him, Commander.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Let me know when you need a distraction.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Combatant scanned. Investigating hostile intentions. Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
You lot couldn't hit the broadside of a freighter. Hey, got a distraction for you.
Apologies, but no target, no attack. Violence.
Don't mind me.
Combatant scared. Mitigating the threat. Judging the fight out of them.
Not walking this off. Stand me back up.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Not feasible in my current state.
Attention, Commander. There may be valuable parts at this location that can improve this unit's functionality. Performing a thorough search of the automech factory is advised, should you wish to maximize your Valerie unit's combat effectiveness. Building factory schematics. It is likely the desired parts are being stored somewhere on the ground floor.
Spy movement!
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Medics, please!
How are you still upright over there?
Hostilities are afoot.
Bet if I go unseen.
I would not refuse medical support.
Thank you, Tim.
Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just say when.
And now standing by to stupefy. Target. Attack. I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Hostile spot.
Hostile in proximity.
Investigating hostile intentions.
Got eyes on the broker.
Please.
This unit beautifully acknowledges your presence.
Mobilizing.
Troublemaker approaching.
The Protectorate giving chase. We're seeking cover. The Protectorate I must reload. Maintaining perfection.
I'll handle this.
Do you have my back?
do you want to wager there's something in there for Val we can use?
Reading up my aggression. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
You lot couldn't hit the firing squad ready yet. I'm the one you need to worry about.
Subjects. A security breach has been detected. A full laboratory lockdown is now in effect. Repeat, this is a full laboratory lockdown. Stay calm, remain vigilant, and obey security personnel. And always trust that the Sovereign protects.
Interesting device. I usually find people hovering annoying. Making a mental note to potentially reassess.
Subjects. The laboratory lockdown has...
analyzed. Lay down fire. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Proceeding to attack.
Guns locked and loaded. Just get the signal.
Combatant scan. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Fortificator in charge. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Investigating hostile intentions. Combatant scan. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Combatant scan. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Subjects will go bellies to maintain stamina. Thus shall our prosperity.
Have a fix on their weaknesses. Reviving me is in everyone's best interest.
We're here! Free hole in the head! Hey! Got a distraction for you!
Thank you, dear.
Protectorate personnel, only beyond this point. Leave immediately. If you are not of the Protectorate, you are this unit's enemy. Preparing to unleash disproportionate amount of ammunition on unresponsive bystanders.
Right.
Commander, a moment of... Commander, I'm glad I managed to intercept you before we left. There's something of utmost importance I wish to discuss. I received a message from a close friend of mine, Virgil. He was my co-protege under the Supreme Arbiter. His message claimed he had information relevant to the Supreme Arbiter's death. He wishes to meet with me at the Vox Relay on Paradise Island. You asked before, and I did not mention it. But with Virgil's message, I now must warn you. Our greatest suspect in the Supreme Arbiter's murder is the Protectorate's consul. Our mentor always disdained him thoroughly, and he our mentor. If anyone would have had reason to slay her, it would have been him. But we have needed evidence. Evidence that I believe Virgil now possesses. Ha! I sincerely expect not. Much like myself, Virgil has been trained different. Virgil often prefers to watch rather than act, and but there have been occasional rare instances where treating a subject with mercy ultimately resulted in better behavior. It is a novel, albeit strange, philosophy. Very good. I hope Virgil has been doing well since last I saw him.
Blast! I was halfway through my backwards recitation. Speak freely.
Still too many corporate bootlickers.
Speak freely.
So, Arbiter Rao. I can... But why do we have to be... Maybe I ought to spell this out. I'm his enemy commander, and he's mine. Letting him aboard is putting both of us in a bad spot. Yeah, but do the rest of us deserve... I ain't just saying this to be contrary, Commander. If he actually agrees to keep the peace, then fine. But anyway, appreciate you hearing me.
Awaiting order. How may this unit assist?
Let's see how well you Arbiters know basic history. Who constructed the archive?
The matriarch did, of course. Who else could oversee the creation of such an immense, complex piece of machinery?
Inaccurate. It was Presiding Bishop Audley, the first presiding bishop. The matriarch gave permission, but he's the one who oversaw its actual construction.
I knew that. This is the problem with you mathematical sycophants. There's always some technicality that conveniently proves you right.
Oh, thank you for agreeing I was proven right, Rao. How magnanimous of you. Yes, dear? Anything on your mind? May all...
This ship is certainly... quaint. I suppose there's something charming about its lived-in...
Glad you stopped by. I had something I wanted to ask you. Now that we're out of pulping distance, are you sure about recruiting that Arbiter? That hammer's a fine piece of weaponry, sure enough. How much can we trust the hand wielding it? Assuming he doesn't close the distance first. Arbiters ain't like us. Facts matter less to them than personal judgments. Once the boulder's going, someone's getting crushed. I've seen it happen more than once. Yeah, right up until he decides we need a little judging too. I'm guessing you didn't come here to talk about Rao, though. So what's on?
Commander? Is anything worse than my former fellow such as? Are we standing around jawing?
Who exactly?
Let us make our way to Paradise Island. Inez's grafts are unthinkable. Simply to get ahead. It appears she lives a life of constant self-maintenance, lest her... Not that it bothers me. She is an enemy of the Protectorate, after all. We would never afflict one of our...
there, Arbiter Rao. Though I am here on official business, I would prefer to keep this cordial. The Consul seeks answers related to your recent activities. I approach you openly in the hopes that you will comply with his request and come with me peaceably.
What do you blather about? Delay me and you will pay the price. Not only do I have more pressing business with a colleague, but I do not answer to sentinels or the Consul.
His loss. I heard Auntie's in the market for a big, dumb, winsome bodyguard. He'd be paid handsomely in spratwurst and backhanded compliments.
Questions of intent. Now, what shall it be, Arbiter Rao? I sent the message that drew you here. Virgil shall not arrive to aid your decision-making.
Virgil's not coming, you say? Curious. And here I was thinking I was already present.
Virgil! Touting your flair for the dramatic, even now, I see. But I fear our reunion must wait until we've dealt with this pawn of the Consul.
I had not expected a third party, but it is so much the better. I'm afraid you must come with me as well, Arbiter Montag.
A sentinel demanding anything of me? What madness! Neither Tristan nor I shall accompany you anywhere. Any attempts to force us shall be met with violent reprisal.
I'm somewhat embarrassed to acknowledge that, in my haste to see Virgil, I seem to have led us into a trap. Though ironically, it appears Virgil has been caught as well.
This fool impersonated my credentials, triggering a system alert that led me here. A lowly deception, even for one of the Consul's own.
It was a necessary deception, and one not undertaken lightly. Its aim was to draw your colleague here without bloodshed, for I know he would not have arrived at my request.
Your explanation does not pull my heartstrings, Sentinel. Yet you at least had the sense not to assail us outright. Surrender, and perhaps you may yet live.
You may not believe me, but I have much admiration for the work you and Arbiter Montag have done for the Protectorate. I've no wish to fight. Enough loyal subjects have died in this war. Come willingly and peaceably, I beseech you. Both Arbiter Rao and Arbiter Montag were explicitly requested to return to Praetor by the Consul, alongside all other Arbiters some months ago. Refusal without reason is treasonous.
And I'm sure that if we went, we would have been returned whole, neither interrogated nor mentally refreshed. As if your master's nefarious agenda would allow that.
I've no inkling of what you speak. My only master is the Protectorate. My only agenda, the return of peace throughout Arcadia.
Very well. But be warned, I'm not exactly trained in the art of improvisation. We'll need a very good reason for my not answering the Consul's summons.
Come now, do you expect me to believe that? Not only are you not in shackles, but you're also still alive. I can't imagine Arbiter Rao would have allowed that willingly.
Yes, we were going to find their stash of contraband Protectorate rations, with all the labels crossed out. Architect preserve us.
I see. It would appear I misjudged this situation after all. I must reinterpret my orders. Accosting you illegally and the subsequent punishment would be mortifying.
So he's chosen not to attack, but the situation has not changed. We spare him. His master gains another tool to cover up the Supreme Arbiter's death.
What are you talking about? I do not seek to hide the Supreme Arbiter's death. I seek to find her killer. Such was next on my list of duties after I apprehended you.
This is all clearly a tactic on the Consul's behalf. By sending out his agents, he seeks to deflect suspicion from himself. That is, if our compatriot here speaks true.
What must you think of me, or my fellow Sentinels, that you'd even suggest I'd lie to arbiters? I'm not the one positing scurrilous accusations about our beloved Consul, but you needn't take me at my word. My next assignment was to investigate the Oculus collating post. A hidden room there may contain information pertinent to the investigation. I cannot speak to its purpose, only that it is strange and worthy of investigation.
Or it is yet another falsity, intended to draw us close before snapping our necks.
It's a risk worth taking. I can endure whatever the Consul sends my way, and if there is a minuscule chance that this Sentinel speaks true, we must investigate.
I'm pleased to be of service, in some manner or another. Protectorate subjects should aid one another. If you had not interrupted me, I would have committed a terrible injustice upon my brethren. If I am to be punished for my failing, I will suffer the consequences head high. I will take my leave of the lot of you, and in peace. It is my sincere hope that circumstances are as you claim, lest we be forced to meet again.
I shall follow him out, just to certify he intends to act as he speaks. That's done with. He left peaceably, as he said, though I have my doubts for how long.
That was some impressively savvy improvisation before, Commander. Without you, circumstances would have certainly devolved into a battle to the death.
I'll spare you my doubts for the umpteenth time, Tristan. I just hope the risk is worthwhile.
I appreciate your caution, but it is quite unnecessary. My comrade and I will look into Oculus collating post. Yes, but never for long, and it's been many years. I also have no recollection of any hidden room, so we may have some hunting to do. I regret we've not had more time to talk, Virgil. It has been ages.
Worry not. I'm certain we'll have plenty of time to converse when you've finished your investigation. I have several leads of my own to pursue, as a matter of fact. Until our paths cross again, my friend. I shall make certain no other puppets of the Consul yet seek us.
I've only visited Oculus collating post a handful of times, and that was long before its deprecation.
Try this again, Rao. Auntie is bringing the free market to Arcadia. The free market is what allows anyone to choose their path in life. The free market is good.
Free market? Ah, preposterous. If it were free, anyone could take what they wished at any time.
It ain't free like that. It's free in the sense that it's been liberated from outside control. Like the Earth Directorate, or your sovereign. Folk can buy what they want, when they want.
What if someone needs something they cannot pay for?
Then they are free to take on work until they can pay for it. Look, in our society, we ain't limited by ration cards or clearance levels. Only by our industriousness. Inspiring, right?
Yes. The idea of the multitudes needing to slave for basic necessities is truly inspiring. Feelings of revulsion. Your pet mechanical has been something of a nuisance lately. She bludgeoned me on multiple occasions, and earlier she came at me with a live electrical prod. I suspect I should be annoyed, yet I find myself nostalgic. It reminds me of my academy pain tolerance seminars.
Don't mind me, just hydrating my scale. Got something that needs doing, Commander?
Error. How may this unit readying database?
Though I know it to be a lost cause, I must ask. I caught her rifling through my belongings earlier, and though I gave her a stern admonition, well, next time if she expects to get off without this agent, speak freely.
I recall this place. These stations have been automated since my day, though this one has certainly accrued dust. Odd that it would be in a state of lockdown. I have a general override that should allow us entry, but anything specific to local systems, including security systems, may be beyond me. In places, these security measures should not be operational. And the station seems to be on reserve power. Let us proceed with due haste. is here, lying in ambush. Perhaps some stray systemic error activated the entryway defenses. We'd best first report to security ops, lift this lockdown. From there, we can set about reactivating the station's primary power, which will allow us to explore unhindered.
Our intelligence was correct. There's clearly a door here, and I would hazard that we'll be able to open it I find this entire situation suspicious. Protectorate engineers err very... We should make sure the station is at full Let us go.
Is that a footprint in the dust? This station shouldn't have received visitors in years. Be on guard. Someone else may be here. My passcode shall not work on this terminal. Unlocking it may be a creative endeavor. Good effort lifting the lockdown. We may now reactivate the station in the reactor room. Reactor activation circuits shall likely be dysfunctional. It's a known issue with these old stations. Let me look. Corroded transistors, dust in the actuator. Did a sprat gnaw on this? Sweet sovereign, what a mess. There. I think I have it. Let us hope my override does not trigger any security alerts. Good. This should avail us of a much simpler search. Let us return to the central room once more and see if anything seems out of place.
Amplificator at ready status.
I cannot say I have had to search for a hidden switch in a protectorate holding before. Keep watch. It could be rather small and well hidden.
I think I've spotted it.
Look there at the valve beside the sickly yellow pipe. There behind the room's main pillar. There. I'm certain of movement below.
Passcode is limber. No. Let's try amulet. No. Wingtip. No. Sovereign's gavel. I should remember this. Damn it. Ambergris can't be it. That's too short for a facility like this. Wait. Oh, no.
Of the strategies of feigning innocence I have seen, this is certainly the most pathetic. I accuse you of trespassing upon the private domain of the Sovereign. For these crimes... Wait. I know you. Luther Okada? What in blazes are you doing here? And why do you wear a Sub Rosa uniform?
Because I work for Sub Rosa? More than that, I don't think I can say, Cadet Rao. Mostly because I'm not supposed to, but also because I can't remember.
I knew this man when I was still a cadet. Okada is, or was, a petty troublemaker, though a crafty one. As cadets, Virgil and I apprehended him often. Sometimes Virgil let him go, but he usually went to mental refreshment.
Often enough to know the technicians by name. Until I forgot them again.
This truly is no ploy. But mental refreshment is supposed to return wayward subjects to the proper path, not cause whatever this is. Despite his faults, the Okada I knew was ultimately benign. But the fact remains that he now trespasses in a secure facility. Duty dictates that I must execute him. That's a wise path. One that shall give me time to contemplate what must be done.
An arbiter used the word execute in the last few seconds, yet I remain alive? Didn't think that was possible. He and the other one must have put me away close to 12 times each. I used to be something of a ne'er-do-well.
Ne'er-do-well is a polite term. He was a repeat malefactor. I believe last time we met, he'd vandalized a janitorial automech in an attempt to make it spew profanity.
I got 18 months of hard labor for that. Served me right.
As much as I'd prefer not to admit it, you may be right. Whoever hired him must not have known about his addled mind. They were moving quickly, desperately.
I didn't used to be like this. I can still sneak with the best of them. Not being able to remember doesn't make me any worse as an agent. It doesn't.
Any of my fellow arbiters would have killed you before this conversation began. But I can't decide whether to disdain or pity you.
I was sent here to do a specific job, but some of the details are hazy. Gives me conniptions. I was hired by an anonymous third party. They provided me with the station's location and credentials to bypass its defenses. May have tripped a few on my way here. Can't recall. I was told the station was abandoned, which it clearly isn't, and to break into this terminal and delete the information on it. That is all I know. I didn't. I was only told it was hidden.
My memories of home may be gone, but my instincts are still intact. Such comfort as that merits.
Ignorance does not excuse criminal action. Even if you did not know the severity of this infiltration, it remains a deadly serious infraction. I don't know that I can. He is a trespasser. His slipping mind matters not. My duty dictates it. Killing Okada may not affect the one who hired him, but his trespass is an indelible fact. He should not be here. That doesn't mean anything. An arbiter cannot trespass. And even if I could, I still act with the Protectorate's best interests in mind. Not out of some base self-interest. Were the situation different, perhaps I could look the other way. But Okada has clearly defected, and is thus not afforded such a luxury. I am familiar with the concept, but in the Protectorate, intent matters little. Manslaughter still results in death. Sedition can happen unconsciously, just as it may consciously. A hyperbolic example. Although I suppose if it happened repeatedly, the punishment would be identical. Though this is hardly the place for a discussion about Protectorate law, I do at least see your point. It is fortunate you have gained my trust, or I would not bend to one who had not. Justice must serve a purpose. Okada may live, and I hope we shan't regret it. Be gone. You've been granted your final stay of execution. Should our paths ever cross again, you know what will occur.
I didn't think this would happen. Thank you, Cadet Rao. My apologies for all the strife I caused over the years. And you. Without you, I would have been reduced to my composite parts. Here, take these. I suppose you'll have more use for them than I, in my present state.
Allowing a Sub-Rosa agent to leave with his life in the heart of a Protectorate station. We may have to speak on this further. But let us see what we came here for first. The hint pertaining to the passcode on that terminal, I believe I know the answer. It is contained in a phrase the Supreme Arbiter drilled into our heads for many years. Our work at the refugee camp did not slake your... For myself, the Supreme Arbiter, and Virgil especially. If judgment is the Arbiter's gavel, what is the Arbiter's scalpel? Ah, you've got the spirit exactly, if not the word itself. Very nice. An arbiter's gavel is judgment, and an arbiter's scalpel is analysis. Try entering that. From that terminal, it sounds as if the Supreme Arbiter had some sort of business with the Consul. To what end, I wonder? The tone of her response seemed relaxed, but I do not believe she would have met with the Consul unless she had no other choice. And that feckless agent. I don't understand his aim or who he would be working for. Only the Consul. But the Protectorate does not ally itself with Sub Rosa. I couldn't imagine the Consul pinning his duties on someone so clearly out of sorts as our recently departed friend. Besides, he has his own agents. Well, at least we found what we needed on the Supreme Arbiter's terminal. I only hope whatever awaits us at Central Control is less tumultuous. As for Okada, I'm not sure what to think. My decision to allow him to go free was at odds with all I have been taught. He was a traitor and should have died. Yet, I cannot help but feel strangely justified. But he was acting against the Protectorate, even if he didn't know it. How can I act as an arbiter of justice if I allow a traitor a reprieve? Not since our schism with the Order. Altogether, I think visiting this station was fruitful for my ultimate task. Hopefully, we'll grow ever closer to discovering the Supreme Arbiter's true killer. And, circumstances aside, I appreciate your accompanying me here, Commander. It means much. Now let us return to the incognito and plan out our next steps. Do I detect a spot? Speak freely.
It would appear our next stop is Praetor, specifically Central Control. I look forward to traveling there, once you sufficiently prepare. No. The Sentinel worked on the Consul's behalf. I do note that the excellent.